Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant. It was very unique. In the past, Fang Yuan had obtained a bitter shell. He pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare. 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer. They were excellent materials for refining immortal goo. The bitter shell in Fang Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black. There were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important. All immortal materials had to be checked. But Fang Yuan had already checked many times. He could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fang Yuan was refining goo now. He did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo. He could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fang Yuan did not move. He carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable. It was extremely terrible. Fang Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. So, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fang Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell. After a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick. The intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fang Yuan's expression became more solemn. "Twin ice hearts," the hairy man Ben Duo-yi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 goo master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Mu-chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Mu-chun took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of 2 heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material. It could be used to refine rank 6 immortal goo. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the goo refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what goo he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material. It showed that Master Yu Mu-chun had made preparations. He did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duo-yi thought, Yu Mu-chun was here, in the wilderness, refining a precious immortal goo in front of everyone. Should he say that Yu Mu-chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo-yi could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu-chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yu Mu-chun laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yu Mu-chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo-yi, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo-yi. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yu Mu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo Yi's worries, Yu Mu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot! Why do we hairy men have the talent for Gu refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of Gu refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the Gu refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this." Yu Mu Chun continued. For example, when humans refine Gu, they emphasize on silence. They seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the Gu refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the Gu worm. Why does this Gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the Gu worm and the food, there are countless Gu recipes. As for using Gu, it is to experience the Dao marks on the Gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining Gu, one should be in nature, because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine Gu. If we can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Ben Duo Yi stared with wide eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yu Mu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo Yi had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo Yi, you are learning human Gu refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man Gu refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yu Mu Chun, please be merciful and teach me hairy man Gu refinement techniques. Ben Duo Yi shouted excitedly, kowtowing nonstop. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. It might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding Gu worms when I was 3. When I was 10, I only had to touch Gu worms, and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign Gu worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining Gu in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural Gu refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural Gu refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature. I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below. I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Dao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine Gu. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal Gu. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duo Yi's heart shook intensely. Yu Mu Chun's Gu refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 Immortal Gu was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yu Mu Chun refined rank 6 Immortal Gu, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural Gu refinement technique. But Ben Duo Yi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yu Mu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed Gu worms. At 10, he touched foreign Gu worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Dao mark fragments of Gu worms and all living beings in the world. When Yu Mu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path. He gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yu Mu-chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural gu refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yu Mu-chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duo-e, who was by himself. Gu immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even Gu immortals could not do it well. Most Gu immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path. He only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yu Mu-chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing. He started to refine Gu. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duo-e was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining gu worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yu Mu-chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duo-e would scoff at it. But Yu Mu-chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duo-e was petrified. His eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Star Form Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area. Poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This gu refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fang Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again. They would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflecting Snow, Muffled Thunder Stone Drum, and Wind Grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air. With a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path goo refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yu Mu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead-like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yu Mu Chun was a little surprised. He praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine goo. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yu Mu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yu Mu Chun replied. Ben Duo Yi's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yu Mu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal metastones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated, the nearby mountains started to shake, the sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duo panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These two types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks, they were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duo found that the place Yu Mu Chun chose to refine Gu was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine Gu? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duo found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing, a great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yu Mu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come! He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was Yang, python was Yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained Yin and Yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python. One of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duo's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duo screamed. You guessed right. It is a small problem. Yu Mu Chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duo's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain. His 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise-shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, "More, more." Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. "Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Fang Yuan was unmoved. He only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side. He struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a Gu from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal Gu, success. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Ben Duo Yi sat on the ground, muttering, "I finally passed the tribulation." More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yu Mu Chun kept the refined immortal Gu in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path Gu worm to Ben Duo Yi. "Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. It is for you. You can learn the natural Gu refinement method, but if you are not a Gu immortal, you cannot use it to refine Gu, because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations." Yu Mu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duo Yi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, "Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down." Chapter 869. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Gu Starlight. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Gu. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many Gu formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their Gu worms to absorb the incoming starlight before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, Star Thought Gu were refined one by one. These Star Thought Gu flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine Gu for days without rest. After using Starlight Immortal Gu, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase Starlight Gu and use it as the main material to refine Star Thought Gu. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using Starlight Immortal Gu required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of Starlight Gu, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved Star Thought Gu recipe was also safer. Gu refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining Gu. After Fang Yuan sent the Starlight Gu, he did not leave. He observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current Star Thought Gu recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the Gu refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of Star Thought Gu was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit, unless my Star Path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better Star Thought Gu recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate Star Path. His Star Path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, He could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star thought goo can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self and 3 Star Path Goo Worms. He had obtained several Star Path Immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wan Xiang. Without enough Immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. 4 Goo Immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was Immortal essence and Immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate Immortal essence. After leaving the stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal goo strength to provide goo refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac goo were refined, they were loaded with guts goo and sold to Central Continent's forces to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac goo was much higher than refining star thought goo. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts goo. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts goo increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of air sac goo. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from goo immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent goo immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains goo immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in True Yang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Lishan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts goo, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Feng Yuan plundered in Dong Feng tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dong Feng tribe. Feng Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wan Xiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Feng Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Feng Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Feng Yuan's plan. After Yu Mu Chun refined the immortal goo, he went deep into True Yang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo Yi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path goo worm and threw it in front of him. The goo worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yu Mu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yu Mu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yu Mu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zi Xing, cough cough. There is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zi Xing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation as a hairy man-goo immortal, Yu Mu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the #1 demonic path goo immortal of Central Continent, Song Zi Xing. They were very close. Yu Mu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zi Xing. Song Zi Xing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yu Mu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zi Xing, Yu Mu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. Hee, I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zi Xing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo. After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yu Mu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yu Mu Chun sigh, Song Zi Xing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years. To think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yumu Chun said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yumu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. But Yumu Chun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them. Even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yumu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yumu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Zhongzhou state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yumu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yumu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yumu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yumu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yumu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yumu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, This, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die. The important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was who immortal blessed land's second whole earth goo. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of air sac goo carrying guts goo were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 immortal yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the immortal zombie revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan. They naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these two transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones he had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence. It was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses. He could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the guts goo orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests. It could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal yuan stones to build a fourth stone nest and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's third stone nest was funded by He Lulun. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star Lord Wan Xiang's Gu Worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form Immortal Gu into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's recipe. Different from the ancient Gu recipes, the Gu recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used Gu refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort Gu. After failing once, all-out effort Gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost. It would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen. Others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu Immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. "Yu Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname." A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using Gu worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. Dan you. The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name, the voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. "You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King." Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. "What? You actually still have strength left. Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. Yu Fei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate? Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach. His entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose, killer move, strong blade wind slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. Two translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these two wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense chi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will fight for 300 rounds. Yu Fei shouted. His body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free. He subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip. His sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang. The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead, but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow. The pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape. Using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together. Like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move. His entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos, he was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left. He smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei, he is our clan's new king. But I finally became the Featherman king, I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage, no, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of "Yu Fei, Yu Fei." Ha ha! The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply, so painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Danyu was pulled out of the ground by the healing Gu masters. He was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman Gu immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman King. He looks quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 Gu immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman King had already been elected. He would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire Sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look this. The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. Gu Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic. It was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. They lived a peaceful life. It was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly. We love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent. Most of them looked at their leader. This Gu immortal leader was a thin old man. He was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage. His forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Gu immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the 3 Featherman Gu immortals, before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. Begin the attack. The old Gu immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord White Sea Shadow. The other Gu immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 Featherman Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6. Even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. 1 Featherman Gu immortal died and 2 were injured. They could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal Gu house. Because of the power of the immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Shadow's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from White Sea Shadow's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable, let's break out. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy. Without this immortal Gu house, how can we break out? Another Featherman Gu immortal, Zheng Ling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Gu immortals. Now that one had died, only rank 7 Gu immortal Zheng Ling and rank 6 Gu immortal Zhou Zhong were left. Lord Zheng Ling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhou Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Zheng Ling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong with tears in his eyes. "You're right, I was foolish." Zhou Zhong consoled him, "Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too." Zheng Ling furrowed his brows. "Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way." Zhou Zhong immediately expressed his support. "That's right, let's use that immortal killer move, Heaven's Wish." Thus, an hour later, the remaining Feathermen were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. "I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I'm willing. The Feathermen of my race will be free. I wish for our Feathermen to have a world." Tens of thousands of Feathermen roared in unison. Under Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. "Lord White Sea Shitudo, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it?" The female Gu Immortal Tang Yen Ran asked. "It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this immortal Gu house. They can't be taken away." White Sea Shituo explained faintly before ordering the others. "Don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape." Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai by Yunxing, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai by Yunxing. This was the first time. Only when the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Gu Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai Bai Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai Bai Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai Bai Paradise had been managed well by Tai Bai Yunxing. There was no need to mention the float ball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai Bai Yunxing had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu Immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai Bai Yunxing's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's second source of income was float ball tea grass. Every season, Tai Bai Blessed Land would produce a large amount of float ball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai Bai Yunxing. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai Bai Yunxing had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive. It had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai Bai Yunxing received from helping other Gu immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai Bai Yunxing stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai Bai blessed land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal blessed land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path earthly calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal blessed land. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Fang Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the Cloud Path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence. He consoled. In this tribulation, I have already used the Immortal Killer move Time Aid Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want. Speaking of which, Time Aid Luck Immortal Killer move. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of Wisdom Gu. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly sensed something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunxing started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth qi were moving, small amounts of heaven qi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. White Sea Shadua had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this Immortal Gu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flying over, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's expression changed. Oh no! This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu Immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Zheng Ling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish, although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment world, It is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Zheng Ling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing when he pushed with his palms. Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. This was an immortal killer move. Zheng Ling was venting his anger. He could not get back at White Sea Shadow. He vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad self-first style, giant hand, rumble. The strength path giant hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush toward Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The two Featherman Gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Zheng Ling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with White Sea Shadow and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong, his situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier. I have offended you. Please forgive me. Zheng Ling shouted, we have our difficulties, we had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 strength path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The Featherman Gu Immortal. Zheng Ling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I'm speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These two Featherman Gu Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The two Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about landscape as before. That was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the two Featherman Gu Immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation. It was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person. He had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. The two Featherman Gu Immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yunxing, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the 4 figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yunxing's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Danyu. He did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu Immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunxing had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster, Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yunxing released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunxing was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course, Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before, You are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before. The gains from these resources are small. Even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen. They can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen. They can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying. The elites of the feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two featherman Gu immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two featherman Gu immortals were injured. They did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai by Yunxing did not open the entrance, these feathermen would be trapped. Once these two featherman Gu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai by blessed land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth qi. Like back then, when Fang Yuan took away Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he went deep into Earth Abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth qi. A small amount of heaven qi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in Earth Abyss. If the featherman Gu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai by blessed land. They would need to absorb heaven and earth qi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai by blessed land was different from the 5 regions. It was controlled by Tai by Yunxing. Heaven and earth qi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed. All the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai by blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Dao marks were extremely precious. The cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai by Yunxing destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Dao marks of these two featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth?" Tai by Yunxing had a stern expression. He made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him. "Wait. This is a rare opportunity. How can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai by Yunxing not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these feathermen mortals as our slaves." The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe. Purebred humans were usually more united. Dongfang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. They had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts. They did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions. They were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving. They were ostracized and suppressed by humans. There were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale. There were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage, while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal feathermen. They had a firm attitude. Fang Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals. Fang Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunxing showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Fang Yuan's words. You group of feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason. This is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? How can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you anytime. How could these 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered. It will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhou Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunxing was furious. You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you anytime. He looked like he was old but young at heart. He had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the 2 Featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Zheng Ling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fang Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The 2 of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Zheng Ling was the bad guy. They had a tacit understanding. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of feathermen? Fight, I can deal with them anytime. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's tacit understanding did not lose to the other 2. On the ground, the feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless. This was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, Enough! Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves. This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King, you need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this. Are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth. His fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating astronomy. Chapter 874. Zheng Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunsheng rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think. We want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this? Let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, "I will take care of you in minutes." If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunsheng's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunsheng was an imposter. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunsheng was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed. They felt Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunsheng, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence. He is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated. We need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him. Let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously. They even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal feathermen first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite. They had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunsheng was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all. His intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings. He did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What? You only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunsheng was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it? I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunxing was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunxing only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom, or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal yuan stone. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunxing in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunxing received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zheng Ling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, let's compete in speed as well. Zheng Ling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zheng Ling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods, but it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yunxing was arrogant. He was very arrogant, but his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu Immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human Gu Immortal invaders earlier. With our sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human Gu Immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman Gu Immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only 1 duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yu Fei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu Immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu Immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a Gu Immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Goo immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zheng Ling also took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Zheng Ling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Zheng Ling ruthlessly. Zheng Ling suppressed his intention to dodge. He gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the fourth duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily, "Next, it is time for us to attack." Fang Yuan snickered, "Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet." "No matter. Sir, go ahead and..." Zheng Ling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked. Zheng Ling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Zheng Ling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal goo. But this time he activated all of his core immortal goo. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Zheng Ling will be crushed into minced meat. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Zheng Ling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Zheng Ling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he match Lord Zheng Ling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Zheng Ling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel. All of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the Feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Zheng Ling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands smashed towards the Feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it. He wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope. Persevere. Zheng Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned. His gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zheng Ling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Zheng Ling was caught off guard. he was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment his attention was focused on the battle, his reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Zheng Ling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. He was crushed into a lump of flesh by the strength path giant hands. Lord Zheng Ling! Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules. All duels would be invalid. On his side, Zheng Ling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the strength path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate. That would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunxing felt some sympathy and pity. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat, he shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The Feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the Feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Zheng Ling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zheng Ling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. This was the truth. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation, and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move, Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, Once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land's spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Lishan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. He would die on the spot. Indeed, the 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." "That's good." Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave." Zhou Zhong sighed. He looked at the Feathermen on the ground. His heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic. They were afraid that they would be chosen. "All of you, stay where you are and don't move. Let me choose properly." Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked. They were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. "Yes, this girl is not bad." Fang Yuan pretended to consider. He hooked his finger. A young girl among the Feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power. She could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. "No, I don't want to." The young Featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. "Let go of my fiancé." A Featherman young man shouted. The surrounding Feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that Featherman young man was only a rank 2 Gu master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped. His expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding Feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices. He was about to die. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The Featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method. His blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled. The Featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. "Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a Gu immortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our Feathermen as you wish." Fang Yuan shrugged. "Gu immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal Feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right?" Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, I will not violate the rules." Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. "Then I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong." Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. "Wah what?" At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gu immortal was actually going to be a slave? How could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. "Did you forget? Zhou Zhong, our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these Feathermen on the ground to be our slaves." Fang Yuan emphasized the words "on the ground." Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding Feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging. Instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gu immortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting. He was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly, his legs were also slightly raised. It was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan, "This is a trap. This is a devious scheme." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. "That's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it." Beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. "The two of you can only blame yourselves, you subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gu Immortal's dignity cannot be violated. There are few examples of Gu Immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground. You did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other feathermen." Fang Yuan coughed. "Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the feathermen down. The feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai Blessed Land is yours. Because of the agreement, they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land." This time, even Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open. At this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gu Immortal among the feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, "Your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming?" Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fang Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yunxing, who was beside him, said pitifully, "Give up, Zhou Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feathermen behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do." Tai Bai Yunxing finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared, his expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. "Everyone." Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, "I am sorry everyone, in this world there is only Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, only Featherman Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou Zhong. I am truly ashamed, I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone goodbye." Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. "Zhou Zhong, why are you doing this?" Tai Bai Yunxing turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu Immortal from seeking death? Zhou Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhou Zhong. Featherman, I won't be a slave." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fang Yuan and became a slave of Fang Yuan's side. However, Zhou Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path Immortal Killer move on his body activated, an intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou Zhong's body. Zhou Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment he was flying in the air like an old man with one foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance. They could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He showed endless courage and determination. Next, he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First, it was his head. Then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai Blessed Land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind. They became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. Zhou Zhong, Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yunxing to revive Zhou Zhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. Reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Bai Yunxing, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land. It could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Dao marks on Zhou Zhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai Blessed Land. Zhou Zhong's death made all of the Feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new Featherman King, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These two human Gu immortals are demons. They have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new Featherman King. I will go with old ancestor Zhou Zhong first. I will go first. As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. King. The Feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. That's right, in this world, there are no Feathermen who are slaves. There are only free Feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a Featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The Feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei's actions influenced the Feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals? Tai Bai Yunxing, quickly make a move, use man as before immortal Gu. We cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunxing, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunxing had a conflicted expression. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, Fang Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these Feathermen into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These Feathermen are true Feathermen. They cannot be humiliated. Even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes started to tear up. Damn it! A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these Feathermen were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing actually gave in. Fang Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, this bastard is not worth my consideration. Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These feathermen are the real feathermen in U003 CU003. See the Legends of Rinza 003 U003. Don't hesitate anymore, let them die for freedom. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, "It was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me." Fang Yuan interrupted him, "Don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunxing, I will also support you." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing choked, tears were about to fall. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "Do you know why these two featherman Gu immortals fell for it? Hehe, do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori?" "You are saying?" Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. Fang Yuan sighed, "A wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path Gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now. I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fang Yuan, "Thank you for your trouble." "Ha, we are a family. There is no need to thank me." Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feathermen on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fang Yuan's face. The feathermen seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal Gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fang Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human, he was a featherman. "You are a featherman? Your wings were cut off? How sad." Fang Yuan used words to attack him. I cut off this pair of wings myself." The featherman assassin laughed evilly. "Do you know why?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. "Why?" Because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman, I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So, one day, I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the Feathermen in the village. Saying this Featherman assassin revealed a proud expression. His voice carried a slight smile. "What?" Fang Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. "You have also seen the legends of Rinzu. The Feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal Feathermen. My identity as a Featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom." Fang Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed, "You lunatic!" "Ha!" The Featherman assassin laughed loudly. "Thank you for the compliment." After that, he said, "Actually, you and I are the same type of people." "Who the hell is the same type of people as you?" Fang Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 877. That the legends of Rinzu recorded that Rinzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the Feathermen in Green Heaven. Rinzu saw these Feathermen and was very happy. Because the Feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Rinzu's words and could communicate with him. Rinzu requested the Feathermen, "Oh Featherman, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite." The Feathermen laughed loudly. "Oh human, how can you order us around? We Feathermen are the most free life forms in this world. No one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish? That is impossible." No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the Feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. "Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? W*WW star. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a Featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly." In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally, it could not hold it in and jumped out. "All of you come down." Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the Feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. "Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful?" Self-Gu said proudly, "That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. Oh human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake." The Feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The Feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed, "Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you." "This is impossible. We Feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free." "Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any Featherman." The Feathermen were all shouting and shouting, they had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these Feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, "Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter?" Renzu replied confidently, "I can already see that we cannot use force against these Feathermen. After interacting with the Feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these Feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily." Thus, Renzu stayed near the Feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The Feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the Feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold, snowy night, some Feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Renzu put on attitude Gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these Feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more Feathermen came to Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable. He entertained the Feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the Feathermen. No matter how much food the Feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The Feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day, Renzu saw that the time was right. He took off attitude Gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the Feathermen for free. The Feathermen were caught off guard. They panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house. They were used to having ample food. They rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many Feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Renzu did this. The Feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Renzu, who had Self-Gu. Soon, The Feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later, many Feathermen died. Renzu waited for a long time, but the Feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the Feathermen died. Renzu had no choice but to mention this. "Oh Feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining Feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually, they all died. Many small insects flew out of these Feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Renzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless." Cognition Gu told him at this moment. Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These Feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately, they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Zhengling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Fang Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move Myriad Self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal Gu, he also gained many soul path mortal Gu. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fang Yuan. But in fact, Fang Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fang Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu Immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu Immortal's will or Immortal's soul. Fang Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these Feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies. But these Feathermen's minds are corroded. White Sea Shadow, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacked Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The Feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fang Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about White Sea Shadow. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu Immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7. He could be said to be the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's gains were also not small. These Feathermen had a huge origin. They also had Sacred Feather City. If one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhengling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu Immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of Feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest Featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu Immortal methods that these Featherman Gu Immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, He might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Zheng Ling's soul. The only pity was that these feathermen were mortals. Fang Yuan still planned to turn these feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with feathermen as their main members. Fang Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Fang Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past. He soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he already had change form Immortal Gu, and also the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Xia Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Jioga, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Fang Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Jioga, Kenyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Fang Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fang Yuan hesitated. In this situation, should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Chapter 878. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds. The white snow was like dust. The peaks stood tall in the snow. The forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor, flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time. I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment. Most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green. The scenery was picturesque. There were a large number of rare plants. There were also rare desolate plants. There were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was Minuscule Mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in the Legends of Rinzhu. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of mini-men flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass. Compared to the tiny mini-men, this grass was as tall as a tree. The mini-men were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained Minuscule Mountain, these mini-men did not cooperate with her. They were against her. But Fairy Li Shan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the mini-men race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the feather men, but they were loyal. Fairy Li Shan killed about 40% of the mini-men. She finally subdued the mini-men race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Li Shan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the mini-men race's help, the woodpath resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks. They had the talent to refine Gu. The feather men had cloud path Dao marks. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the mini-man was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary. My jade een grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every jade een grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarves had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. 2-letter goo at once? Fairy Li Shan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One was in the outside world, flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective goo that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light in the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shui whose mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while shrouding heaven dust was rank 8, it was extremely precious. Elephant tusk flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 goo immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and shrouding heaven dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding heaven dust was a unique phenomenon that only yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But yellow heaven had already disintegrated because of Rinzu's 10 children. Fairy Li Shan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Li Shan had to prepare special methods to gather shrouding heaven dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Li Shan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase shrouding heaven dust from jewel yellow skies. As for rock dragon eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast rock dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a Rockman tribe, there were a lot of Rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment, a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the Rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only super-force Rockman tribes or large-scale Rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Rinzu and his 10 children, as well as primordial origin Immortal Venerable and star constellation Immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the Rockman tribe. The Rockmen believed that the rock dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the variant human war, the rock dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The rock dragon did not feel any pain. Its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a Rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the rock dragon. The Rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the rock dragon, and the rock dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Li Shan to find a rock dragon now. Because Rockman tribes were already very rare, most of the Rockmen were slaves raised by Goo immortals. Even if Fairy Li Shan found a rock dragon with her battle strength, She would not be able to defeat the rock dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the rock dragon eye was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material shroud heaven dust. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gathering missions for us peak lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only Elephant Tusk Flame is slightly easier. To obtain Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye, strength is only one aspect. Luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, He Lulan was determined to be independent and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Li Shan to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Li Shan would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping Old Ancestor Shui, whose letter Gu, Fairy Li Shan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Li Shan checked, she found that this letter Gu came from Fang Yuan. In this letter Gu, Fang Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Li Shan to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Sha Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time, he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe and also obtained Dongfang Naginori's wisdom path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth. It will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains' situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent Gu Immortals investigation group is still hidden. In this situation, Fang Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted. Central Continent, Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. 4 Gu Immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air, as if it had hit a rock. It emitted a clanging sound. Instantly, light burst out. Countless Gu worms flew around, forming a huge Gu formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge 3-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock. This refinement path Gu formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of one of the Gu cultivation paths, formation path. This refinement path Gu formation is extraordinary. Fairy Tsang Shui looked down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lien Jiaoxing smiled. Then he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils, and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes. And such a processing speed of immortal materials. Bai Tsang Shui was speechless. Who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development, these narrow-minded women. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path goo worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fang Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Langya Land Spirit's request for reinforcements. Chapter 879. After Fang Yuan obtained change form Immortal Goo, he fused it into the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. He could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains' Zombie Alliance again. Because Sha Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains' Zombie Alliance was very vigilant. He could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Fang Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains' Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains. He had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Jioge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member. The entire process had to be carried out secretly. No information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now. It was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle, the commotion would be huge. It could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Fang Yuan would have to chase. True solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements, Fang Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these goo worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Fang Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Fang Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, Goo Immortals could not use information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute. There were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were called Quasi-Blessed Land. Once activated, countless Dao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most Goo Immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves. Only a few Goo Immortals had them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life, he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal goo, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not either. They had just become immortals. No matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget Old Lord Can Yang's group. There were definitely wisdom path Goo Immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Fang Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Li Chen sect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request. Just as Fang Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Langya. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langya. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him. causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Fang Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Fang Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu immortal blessed land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Fang Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langia urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langia blessed land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Zhouge had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langia. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yu Fei. He would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Fang Yuan, a demonic path Gu immortal. He cared about benefits. He coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used. What was the point of friendship? In Fang Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langia also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunxing had once repaired Langia blessed land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunxing and the land spirit of Langia was much better than that of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan told Tai Bai Yunxing his decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan immediately set off. Using a stargate, he hurried to Langia blessed land. Although Tai Bai Yunxing had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. He could only rush over later. "You're here, Fang Yuan." The land spirit of Langia suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries. He was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. "This is your attitude towards your benefactor? You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help." The land spirit of Langia rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langia was much more relaxed than before. "After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal Gu recipe as your reward." The land spirit of Langia continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, but shook his head. "Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading Gu immortals first." Fang Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langia feel much more comfortable. He felt that Fang Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. "Follow me." The land spirit of Langia grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Langia blessed land had a large number of space path Dao marks. Otherwise, places like Star Form blessed land that did not have many space path Dao marks could only fly. Star Form land spirit could not teleport. Fang Yuan stood at a high place. Looking outside, he saw that Langia blessed land had undergone a huge change. The original Langia blessed land had vast cloud soil. The sky was clear and boundless. 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds. He could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Langia introduced in a deep voice. "This is the Gu formation activated after Langia blessed land encountered enemies. 12 wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal Gu houses. They are the formation cores of this formation. These people are the invading enemies." The land spirit waved his sleeves. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fang Yuan. In the mirrors, there was a Gu immortal. They were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. "This is..." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he saw these Gu immortals. Qin Baisheng, Jiang Yu, Heicheng, Shuesong Zi, Helang Zi. There were 2 more. A green-robed wind path Gu immortal. He was the fastest. A black-robed Gu Immortal covered his face. He was very mysterious. You know these people? The land spirit of Xianxia sensed Feng Yuan's peculiar expression. Feng Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Baisheng. He is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains. I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman Gu Immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai by Yunxing. The land spirit of Xianxia distributed. Feng Yuan frowned. The other party is very strong. Cloud building is only a mortal Gu house. It will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building. When a Gu Immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused and confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right, they would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the Gu formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the Gu Immortal could only run around in the Gu formation and see if they could find a cloud building that would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, Gu Immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck. It would be impossible. Feng Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building. He could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors, not a single Gu Immortal appeared. Feng Yuan did not lack patience, he waited silently. A moment later, a Gu Immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark, she gave off a gentle and charming aura. It was Fairy Jiangyu. Feng Yuan's heart shook, he immediately thought of her dark limit immortal Gu. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used dark limit immortal Gu to enter He Lulan's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lulan's plan was to steal dark limit immortal Gu before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts were unknown. This plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when He Cheng chased after He Lulan, this plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark limit immortal Gu, if I could obtain it. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jiangyu alive, I might not be able to obtain dark limit immortal Gu. It was very difficult to steal an immortal Gu, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an immortal Gu self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jiangyu moved around in a roundabout manner within Feng Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Feng Yuan's area of control, Fairy Lishan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second Gu Immortal entered Feng Yuan's area. But this group can communicate with each other. It is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling Gu Immortal slaves. I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the Gu Immortal slaves' souls. The land spirit of Xianxia's analysis was clear and logical. He felt great regret. Feng Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Xianxia's analysis. When Gu Immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baisheng only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Xianxia Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. Can you show me the battle scene over there? Feng Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tansang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu Immortal He Cheng. Immortal was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment, he used other methods to fight. He Cheng had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7. He did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to control the battle. The main reason was because Immortal was afraid of exposing his identity. He had Inkman City's foundation. He could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the Desolate Beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate Beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Immortal's careful help, although the Desolate Beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fang Yuan knew that when Qin Baixing arrived, the Desolate Beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fang Yuan was paying attention to Immortal, a third figure appeared near Fang Yuan. Xianxia, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fang Yuan was surprised. He had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Xianxia found Fang Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fang Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. The yellow jade lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Xianxia retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade." He raised his palm and slashed at the yellow jade lion from afar. Kacha! In an instant, a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then, it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the yellow jade lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The yellow jade lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its 4 claws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The yellow jade lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal goo worms. These were specially nurtured by the land spirit of Langya. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the yellow jade lion's mortal goo worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the yellow jade lion was greatly reduced. Xianxia had the upper hand. He continued to use immortal killer moves. Attack the topaz line. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the topaz line. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Ha, carefree, truly carefree. Xianxia was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baixing had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heart Lock. Let's test its power. Xianxia suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the yellow jade lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion could react, the goo worm had already sensed Xianxia's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play. A ruthless light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He raised his palm again and used immortal killer move penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal goo worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion howled in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Shui Songzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. With Shui Songzi as the center, it rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Shui Songzi's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heart lock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Shui Songzi wanted to let go. But soon greed rose in his heart. Why don't I take this chance to capture this yellow jade lion alive? I will freeze it first, and when it thaws, I will sell it to others. A living desolate beast. This is a huge transaction in jewel yellow skies. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the yellow jade lion under his feet suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, a strength path giant hand firmly grabbed Shui Songzi, who could not dodge in time. Shui Songzi was pale with fright. What the hell is this? Ice armor. A thick layer of ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand tightly gripped the ice armor. Cracks started to appear on the ice armor. Shui Songzi's lips curled up, revealing a ruthless smile. I can test another variation of this defensive killer move. Ice armor, explode. With a loud sound, the ice armor exploded. Large amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand's 5 fingers were pushed away by the huge impact. Shui Songzi took the chance to fly away, but at the next moment his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a giant strength path hand was already ready to strike. Shui Songzi flew to the sky. The ice armor had just exploded. He could not activate it again in time. This strength path giant hand was like a fly swatter. It ruthlessly swung and smashed Shui Songzi into a pile of meat paste and bone fragments. Shui Songzi heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable. His morale was high. He died at Fang Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate. It was just a guess after all. But the truth was he had a good grasp of Shui Songzi's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Shui Songzi also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal goo that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Shui Songzi did not find any immortal goo. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shui Songzi would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Goo immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Shui Songzi had not been careless, with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Langya, I killed Shui Songzi this time. How are you going to reward me? Shui Songzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. No problem, there will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Shui Songzi's soul. You need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai by Blessed Land, Tai by Yunsheng could not find any flaws. But in Langya Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Langya. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fang Yuan had expected it. Xue Songzi is dead. Qin Baisheng stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? He Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. Xue Songzi's death caused He Cheng's pressure to rise sharply. Among the Shadow Sect members, He Cheng was rank 7. But his battle strength was relatively weak. He was a natural ally with Xue Songzi. Moreover, He Cheng was not only worried about this blessed land. There was also this group of mysterious comrades beside him. He fell into a trap. Qin Baisheng thought for a few breaths of time, his eyes shining brightly. In a direct battle, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacks, Xue Songzi will be able to last for some time. This Langya Blessed Land definitely does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. Then the biggest possibility left was that Xue Songzi had discovered a cloud pavilion or other important things. For the sake of the promised reward before the battle, he concealed his discovery and did not report it. He obtained a new immortal Gu and wanted to test it out. In the end, he was caught by the enemy and set up a trap. At the right time, he killed Xue Songzi. He Cheng took in a deep breath. Then his opponent is not simple, to be able to scheme against Xue Songzi to death. Even though he said that, He Cheng felt even more wariness towards Qin Baisheng. This Qin Baisheng was truly skilled in both martial and civil matters. Not only was his strength extraordinary, he was able to analyze the situation so clearly in just a few breaths of time. In terms of scheming, he seemed to be even better. Maybe I treasured the limited number of communication methods too much. I need to learn from this lesson. Qin Baisheng sighed faintly. Soon after, he smiled. But thankfully, we dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have already gained a deep understanding of the formation cores of these cloud buildings. I have already created a mortal killer move that can lead us to the remaining cloud buildings. But here, to use this mortal killer move, we need to use an immortal killer move to protect it. He can actually create a mortal killer move in such a short time? What attainment level is he at? He Cheng's heart shook. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He summoned the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal to his side, so that he could continue to use immortal killer moves to protect him. It could be seen that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Cheng. He also ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to go to the location where Xue Songzi died. Qin Baisheng lent Xue Songzi an immortal Gu. But he also used this chance to plant an immortal method on Xue Songzi. It could be used to track him. This was not hidden from Xue Songzi, because Qin Baisheng used the immortal Gu he lent. If I don't plant a tracking method on you, what if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu? He also said that he would reward Xue Songzi with the immortal Gu after the battle, to control him. Thus, Xue Songzi had a fawning smile back then. He took the initiative to let Qin Baisheng plant a tracking method on him. With the correct direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly arrived at the location where Xue Songzi died. Seeing the bloody mess on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain, truly trash. Hui Fengzi flew down and inspected the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he carefully observed Xue Songzi's mangled corpse. Soon, his gaze turned solemn as he found something. This is troublesome. The other party seems to have a strength path killer move. Xue Songzi died from this move. This move is extremely powerful and powerful. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Self was no longer the same as before. The core cleanse soul immortal Gu was useless, but there was still self-strength immortal Gu, pulling mountain immortal Gu, and pulling water immortal Gu, these 3 strength path cores. It was rare to see an immortal killer move that could perfectly fuse 3 strength path immortal Gu. He Langzi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, He was very wary of human goo immortals. He flew down and stood beside Xianxia's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal?" Next, he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." Xianxia acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xianxia. I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Feng Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 goo immortal." Fengzi quickly transmitted to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded silently. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Feng Yuan was inside the nebula grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the nebula grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight. The ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. "Sir Xianxia, where are you going? Please come in and fight." Feng Yuan laughed loudly. The nebula grindstone moved rapidly. Cooperating with his strength, he pulled the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf into the nebula grindstone. These 2 immortal killer moves can be used together. This is a good tactic. At once, even Fengzi's eyes shined with a sharp light. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, intense winds blew, pushing away the thick white fog and revealing a clear space. 2 enemy goo immortals stood proudly in the air. One wore a black robe and had a very good complexion, but because of the hidden injuries on his body, his expression revealed a sense of decline. It made people feel that although this person was elegant and confident, his body was weak, as if he was about to die. It was He Cheng. The other was dressed in armor. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. He was also someone Feng Yuan was familiar with, rank 7 goo immortal Qin Baisheng. Feng Yuan immediately placed his attention on Qin Baisheng. In Feng Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baisheng was extremely strong. He was at the same level as Central Continent's Shirley. If they were to fight, Feng Yuan believed that he would not be a match for him. One had to know one's own limits. One of the reasons why Feng Yuan could live for so long was because he knew his limits. He had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self and did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone. He also had a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves that made up for his many shortcomings. But in a real battle, he might only be able to fight to a draw against people like Kanyang Laojun, Xianxia, Fengzi, and Free Scholar. Although he killed Xianxia earlier, that was because his luck was good, his plan worked. Earlier, when he used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with Xianxia, even though the situation was in a stalemate, Xianxia's 3rd immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, Xianxia still had some strength left. Evidently, the land spirit knew Qin Baisheng's strength. His brows furrowed even tighter as he muttered, "Damn it, I was just lacking a bit of time. As long as I can stall for time, Even a tiger will become a sick cat. He seemed to have some powerful methods, but needed time to prepare them. Unfortunately, the enemy did not intend to give the land spirit of Xianxia enough time. The enemy was already close to the cloud building. The land spirit of Xianxia had no choice but to resist. At the next moment, the land spirit turned around and said to the Inkman Gu Immortal at the corner, "Old Mo, go up and challenge them. Try to stall for time as much as possible." "Yes, Lord Xianxia." The Inkman Gu Immortal bowed slightly and flew out of the cloud building. "Feng Yuan, prepare to attack at any time." The land spirit of Xianxia turned around and instructed. Feng Yuan nodded, thinking inwardly, "With my star path methods, I can still contend with people like Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. It is basically impossible to win, but I can stall for time. But against Qin Baisheng, I have to use my full strength. Just relying on my star path cultivation is not enough." Just as he was thinking about this, an extremely strong pressure suddenly came from the front. "What is this?" The terrifying pressure caused Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Baisheng stood proudly in the air. He Cheng behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Baisheng's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Gu Immortal. As for this Gu Immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Baisheng had actually killed a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a breath of time. How fast? What level of battle strength was this? Killing a Gu Immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Cheng was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of He Cheng suppressing He Lang Zi in one move. But suppressing and killing Gu Immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Gu Immortal had just flown out and was just about to speak. Qin Baisheng attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Gu Immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Baisheng's battle strength has already surpassed Shi Lei. He is on the same level as Feng Jioge. Quickly retreat. Feng Yuan shouted at the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia also reacted at the same time. When Feng Yuan shouted, he grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia, he was surprised. Feng Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Baisheng, but the beheading just now. It left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Xianxia was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tan took a step forward. He looked at the stranger, Feng Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Feng Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tan did not investigate Feng Yuan's identity. He asked the land spirit of Xianxia with concern. The land spirit of Xianxia did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tan had seen such a situation. Instead, Feng Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tan in a heavy tone that Inkman Gu Immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Baisheng. This battle strength is already on par with rank 8. Only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Mo is dead. He was killed by Qin Baisheng in one move? Mo Tan's body shook. An expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu Immortal's death was a heavy blow to Mo Tan. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu Immortals. Now only Mo Tan was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Baisheng be so strong? Mo Tan's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Xianxia. Chapter 889. There were so many hairy man-gu immortals in Xianxia blessed land, but why did the land spirit of Xianxia not let them show up? Fang Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal gu house refinement cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Xianxia was likely to have sent all of the hairy man-gu immortals into the cauldron. Long-hair ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Xianxia loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, he did not want the hairy man-gu immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in refinement cauldron. Most importantly, immortal gu houses also needed gu immortals to control them. Moreover, the more gu immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the immortal gu house. When Tai Bai Yunxing was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yu Lu blessed land and met with difficulties, all of the gu immortals worked together to activate the immortal gu house Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the gu immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man gu immortals there were, the stronger refinement cauldron immortal gu house would be, and the faster it could refine other people's immortal gu. Fang Yuan was almost certain. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Xianxia had arranged for the hairy men to refine the immortal gu of the invading gu immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Xianxia in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man gu immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Bai Sheng, He Cheng, and the hairy man gu immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Plop. Suddenly, the one who blocked the 5-finger fist heart sword killer move for land spirit of Xianxia was that rank 7 hairy man gu immortal. He fell to the ground. Demao! Demao! The hairy man gu immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Demao, Demao, what happened to you, Demao? A female hairy man gu immortal knelt beside Demao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi. He was already dead. Demao, Demao, you can't die. Great hair. The female hairy man gu immortal cried out. Her face was covered in tears. She had a mental breakdown. Oh, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Mao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Ooh. At once, in front of Qin Bai Sheng, many hairy man gu immortals turned around and went to second hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man gu immortals also shed tears. They were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why the land spirit of Xianxia did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace. Because of the battle attainment of these hairy man gu immortals. He was simply trash. No. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment. The enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man-gu immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Xianxia as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in gu refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression was ashen. He broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man-gu immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man-gu immortal who had died with grievances. Ah no! The female hairy man-gu immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on Daoist's corpse, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man-gu immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Baisheng with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent gu immortals like you? We have no enmity. Why did you attack us? Why did you kill innocent gu immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Mo Tan Sang and Fang Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man-gu immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Xianxia too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal gu house refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Baisheng sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Xianxia raised his head and looked at Qin Baisheng angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm. He had no hesitation. You want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal gu. Don't try such a childish idea on me. I won't give you time to do it. Qin Baisheng sneered. He paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first." Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Xianxia was not at its wit's end yet. Fang Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble. The cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fang Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Baisheng snorted in his heart. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed. The fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building. The other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi. It had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fang Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white. The cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baisheng looked around. He sneered in disdain. Laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head, looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy. His expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." Our soul foundation overlaps. Our immortal essence can be used together. With just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Baisheng's immortal killer move soul suppression. Qin Baisheng's soul suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fang Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Baisheng's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting, heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands. Qin Baisheng watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. Heicheng sighed, but it is not strange. Long Hair Ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Baisheng sighed lightly, ordering. Heicheng's expression froze. He looked at Qin Baisheng in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly. You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant, I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baisheng's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that Heicheng could not reject. Heicheng squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd. He knew that Qin Baisheng was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, Heicheng was furious but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baisheng's hands. Qin Baisheng promised huge benefits. Heicheng had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Xianxia commanded as he shouted, Heavenly Giant Solar, attack. Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baisheng. Because Qin Baisheng was trying to retrieve the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, Heicheng suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baisheng. Heicheng looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. Even though many natural treasures, beasts, and plants from the remote Antiquity era and Olden Antiquity era were extinct, in this era, overall, it was far superior to the Olden Antiquity era. It was constantly improving. Materials and Gu worms were only the foundation. The Gu cultivator's wisdom was the key. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Baisheng placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was intense. He raised his hands and grabbed at the sky. Along with this action, thunderous explosions resounded in the sky, and pieces of space shattered like mirrors, revealing Gu worms one after another. Then, under a formless and mysterious force, these Gu worms were taken down and fell into Qin Baisheng's hands one by one. Qin Baisheng had an extraordinary aura. He could easily take down these Gu worms. Right now, his aura was vast. He was like a heavenly deity fighting an immortal. Plucking the moon and stars, he gave off a feeling of invincibility and respect. Collecting Gu worms with him were the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and Fairy Jiangyu from 2 other places. They are taking away my immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. We cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, the entirety of Xianxia Blessed Land will collapse. At the center of the battle formation, Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted anxiously. But it was useless. Even though the silver giant blocked Immortal Gu House Dark Prison's charge, it could not stop its interference. Several times, the silver giant tried to get close to Qin Baisheng under the land spirit's control, but was blocked by Heicheng. Boom! At this time, there was a loud sound, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. For the first time, an Immortal Gu appeared in the shattered space. Good! Qin Baisheng saw this and could not help but shout in joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Logically speaking, this immortal Gu belonged to Land Spirit of Xianxia, but it could not resist at all. Qin Baisheng easily captured it and kept it. Evidently, Qin Baisheng had some special method to seize other people's immortal Gu. Once this immortal Gu was lost, there was a huge impact. Xianxia Blessed Land shook, huge tsunamis appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents in the sea. Far away, at the edge of the world, there was an intense collapse. Space shrunk. The seawater and living beings in this space all moved to the nearby sea area. Qin Baisheng obtained an immortal goo, but it actually caused such a huge reaction from the blessed land? Fang Yuan saw this scene and felt waves in his heart. He had some vague guesses. Stop right now. Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted anxiously. The other hairy man goo immortals were also very worried. Taking away the immortal goo would have a huge impact on Xianxia blessed land. It was already threatening the lives of billions of hairy men in the 3 continents. But Dark Prison blocked the silver giant, and Qin Baisheng set up defensive methods around it. It was not so easy to disrupt it. Immortal goo were taken away by Qin Baisheng one after another. Xianxia blessed land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters. The 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals. Mortals suffered. Fang Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Xianxia blessed land's true space far surpassed ordinary blessed lands. It could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. But Xianxia blessed land was only a blessed land. Then how did Land Spirit of Xianxia do it? Fang Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Dao marks in it. Thus, he thought of it. Land Spirit of Xianxia seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal goo into the world of the immortal aperture. This way, the Dao mark fragments in the immortal goo would become the immortal apertures. This way, the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Baisheng forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron. If the immortal goo inside were lost, Xianxia blessed land would lose a large number of Dao marks. This caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal goo house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Xianxia blessed land could use the Dao marks in the immortal goo to develop a vast space and produce countless resources. Its foundation was extremely deep. The previous Land Spirit of Xianxia had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world. This way, the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron. All the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of refinement cauldron's help, the previous Land Spirit of Xianxia was able to nurture a large number of hairy man goo immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal goo house refinement cauldron could not be moved. It would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the Land Spirit of Xianxia would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Get lost. The silver giant raised its palm and sent Dark Prison immortal goo house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Baisheng. But at the next moment, Dark Prison immortal goo house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. He Cheng was on this pirate ship. He could not get off easily. He had to go all out now. Even though Dark Prison immortal goo house was heavily damaged in the battle, He Cheng gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal goo houses are made from a few immortal goo and countless mortal goo. As long as the immortal goo are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal goo as they are expended. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? He Cheng shouted from inside the immortal goo house. You are right. Land Spirit of Xianxia spoke, agreeing to He Cheng's words. He Cheng was stunned. His expression changed. He found that many goo worms in his Dark Prison immortal goo house had been forcefully refined by Land Spirit of Xianxia. Among them, there were even 2 immortal goo. He Cheng was right. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron lost many goo worms and even lost some immortal goo, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's goo worms would still be effective. Haha. 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man goo immortals in my refinement cauldron, with them guarding it. How will you snatch my immortal goo house? Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted, declaring victory. Xianxia blessed Land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage, there were still hairy man goo immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like Refinement Cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time, Qin Baisheng smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man goo immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng. Greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man goo immortals who were guarding Refinement Cauldron were actually Shadow Sect's spies in Xianxia Blessed Land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted, as hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion. Don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man goo immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the 2 hairy man goo immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baisheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to Land Spirit of Xianxia's side. Especially those hairy man goo immortals. Their minds were in chaos. They could not control the battle formation. He Cheng obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baisheng collected the goo worms at an even faster speed. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot. It was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth. Kill them all. Kill these 2 traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron still has my will. It will not stop. It still has power. It is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Xianxia Blessed Land is in your hands. We have no way out. Kill them all. Land Spirit of Xianxia tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man goo immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man goo immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation. They made up their minds to fight to the death. The Silver Giant's aura was overwhelming. It regrouped and fought the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, He Cheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. He felt dizzy. His control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Goo Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Goo Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tansang, and Land Spirit of Xianxia. It was like having 2 fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man Goo Immortals were not good at fighting. They were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Silver Giant was very clumsy. Many opportunities had appeared, but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the Immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the Silver Giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. He Cheng had to retreat. 2 hairy man Goo Immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baisheng. However, the Silver Giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Xianxia ordered. The Silver Giant chased after Qin Baisheng, but at this moment, Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man Gu immortals could not react in time. The silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time, two figures flew out from afar. It was Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi, who came as reinforcements. Qin Baixing said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next, he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Jioge stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baixing's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's five-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baixing replied, Are you ready to die? Feng Jioge laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the Sex records. This five-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Jioge was not nervous at all. He spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Jioge's temperament even more. You know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baixing sneered. Feng Jioge shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth. I faced heaven and earth. I revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature. I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature. It was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if Heaven and Earth Song was stronger, or if Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing. Even Qin Baixing had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting. It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Tsang Water muttered. Lian Jiusheng's and Bai Chen Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain, the so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fate goo. Next, we will have to control this refinement path goo formation. It will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist Providence. Providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 goo immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Fang Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Fang Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he had captured a Strength Path Desolate Beast giant horned sheep. He was using Eat Strength Immortal Goo to devour its meat and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. I am a Strength Path Goo Immortal after all, Strength Path Dao marks are my foundation. Fang Yuan ate as he recalled the Battle of Langya Blessed Land that he had participated in. In this battle, Fang Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face. He deceived almost everyone. Fang Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used Star Path Killer moves in battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently, Fang Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Goo. These 3 Immortal Goo were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wanxiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Goo, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Fang Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Goo to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good. I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fang Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Sha Nanzhang's traces were exposed by Fang Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fang Yuan lacked now was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fang Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Fang Yuan thought hard. He was a shrewd person. He thought of a way to advance by retreating. He would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Goo Immortal, Xing Xiang Zi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai by Yunxing, They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again." Ha! After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xianxia? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon." "I am a wild lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that." Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, "Xianxia, don't be modest. I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment. Can you show us your skills now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He agreed, "Then I will try. Please forgive me if it is inappropriate." "Sir Xianxia, go ahead and try. Even if you fail, no one will blame you." Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality. He usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Bai Yunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws. The whole battlefield was a single entity. Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fang Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently. But they did not know that Fang Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fang Yuan, nor was it Tai Bai Yunxing who was worried about Fang Yuan, nor was it Shark Demon and the rest. It was Budan. Budan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xianxia. Earlier he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed. Fang Yuan did not make a move, but Budan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo, there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Budan had some ability. Otherwise, Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yulu Blessed Land. With this discovery, Budan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, "Budan, you are truly amazing." He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Budan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fang Yuan to be helpless before he made a move to slap Fang Yuan's face. But soon he thought, what if Xianxia also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally, he decided to make a move. Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look. Budan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Budan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xianxia, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. Oh no! What's wrong? Tai Bai Yunsheng cooperated. Fang Yuan said, this mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead. Fang Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating astronomy. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Lu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunsheng's man as before immortal goo was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xianxia, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Lu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area. It was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength. He had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes. They were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had on the surface, this banquet was very effective. It was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup. Even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of goo worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. He put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone please look. This is the Godspear shark, this is the Shattertooth golden shark, and that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of Ji's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The shatter-tooth golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the shatter-tooth golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fang Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny, sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale. It ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth, they formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver scale great treasure shark was the largest on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally, they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the shatter-tooth golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it? These little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality. They are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Lu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public. They had to be serious and impartial. In private, they were gentle and calm. They would joke around. It made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Lu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Lu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Lu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Baiman would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Baiman had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. You are too kind, huh? Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Bai Yunxing. The cloud-line sharks that Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, these cloud-line sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yunxing's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloud-line sharks, but the God Spear sharks, shatter-tooth golden sharks, and silver scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yunxing's methods spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the three groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunxing was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The three groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yunxing without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunxing harvested an ideal number of cloud-lined sharks. Tai Bai Yunxing hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up and solemnly bowed to the two of them. The two of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly she asked, "What do you think of this Xianxia?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunxing, he is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Bu Dan is too useless." He was led by the nose by Xianxia. Bu Dan was on my side, but Xianxia was making things difficult for him. If Bu Dan was embarrassed, I would also lose face. This Xianxia had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains. Su Baiman quickly consoled, "Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demoness had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt something amiss, hearing Fang Yuan's tone. He seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortal's 88-point Jinyang Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 region zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu Immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xianxia, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yu Lu blessed land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu Immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, "What pressure?" Fang Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu Immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song, her name was Yishir. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishir was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu Immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level. While Song Yishir was enjoying the fruits of their labor, Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishir asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishir underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources, it was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishir. Floating astronomy. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several Gu worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea, there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea, it was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow. There was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales. Its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted. Sometimes it would fail consecutively. Portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river. They were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishe was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today, Song Yishe was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male Gu immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishe and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishe arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path Gu worm, Poetic Emotion Gu. This Gu worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal Gu masters. Song Yishe went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yenif seeing Xianxia, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her, Song Yishe screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male Gu immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yishe fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Fang Yuan waved his hand, talking non-stop. At this moment, Song Yishe's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Song Yishe was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and 2 streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right, they coiled towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishe was a water path Gu immortal. This stream yarn was Song clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Fang Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let the stream yarn get close, Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Fang Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light, like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Gu, countless fire path mortal Gu were like countless fireflies, flying around. Star path immortal killer move, star fire escape. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Fang Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. Where are you going? Song Yishe shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom! A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook, and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yishe was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Fang Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Song Yishe gritted her teeth. With the help of Starfire Escape, Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast. But because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while, he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao, from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yishe bathing. Song Yishe acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation, he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now, there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yishe hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yishe relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament, and Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. Yao Gupai was already cursing internally. The others subconsciously looked at Song Yishe's face. Song Yishe's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that Seven Seas Snake Lady and Song Yishe were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Seven Seas Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level. She was a demonic path Gu immortal. She had conflicts with Song Yishe, but because of Song Qiyuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Song Yishe. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Song Yishe felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? Seven Seas Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Song Yishe felt even more hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into Seven Seas Snake Lady? What a joke! This route was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Fang Yuan had investigated in detail. Seven Seas Snake Lady was the main focus of Fang Yuan's plan this time. Even though Seven Seas Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red-tide fish to reproduce. Seven Seas Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Fang Yuan. Seven Seas Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty. She was beautiful on the outside, vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom! With a loud sound, Seven Seas Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Fang Yuan's pursuers. Seven Seas Snake Lady, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishe's group was greatly disrupted. Hee, such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. Seven Seas Snake Lady had an alluring body. She replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression. I will block Seven Seas Snake Lady. Continue the chase. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of Seven Seas Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. Seven Seas Snake Lady and Fang Yuan did not know each other. She did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, Seven Seas Snake Lady showed a look of disgust. She stopped on the spot. It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly. Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around Seven Seas Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed. After half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands. He was still escaping. Damn it! Song Yishe gritted her teeth. Looking at Fang Yuan's energetic figure, she felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yishe also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago, she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now, she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world. She could not catch up no matter what. And now, all the immortals knew about it. Song Yishe's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now, it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. his body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal killer move, 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm, they were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal killer move, position star swap. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. Chapter 904. 3 days later, in Eastern Sea's Immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishur, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yishur was Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Immortals. Soon, Xianxia's identity as a Northern Plains Immortal was investigated by Immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yishur's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. The figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xianxia's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gupai in battle. After that, he escaped with Yao Gupai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. He used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gupai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gupai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a woodpath Immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gupai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers, he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Yishur and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me, with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. The other Immortals also looked at Fang Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fang Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, "Bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter." This is not a troublesome matter, it is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Bu Dan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Bu Dan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fang Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Su Baiman, and Bu Dan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Xianxia. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yu Lu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth again. For this invasion, we will need you, Xianxia. Bu Dan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xianxia's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Bu Dan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself. He crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yu Lu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yu Lu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yu Lu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this melt ice immortal goo, it was extremely effective against freezing rain frozen earth. Even the desolate beast level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful freezing rain frozen earth, upon meeting a mere melt ice immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The goo master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible goo masters. With melt ice immortal goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Chapter 907. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the three continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a fourth continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunxing. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy Mangu masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Fang Yuan after seeing him. Fang Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the three continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Fang Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya Sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The hairy Mangu immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy Mangu immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the three continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy Mangu master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baisheng's forceful attack. The Land Spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya Blessed Land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the Land Spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The Land Spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. There were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him. To refine goo. But Fang Yuan only muttered this in his mind. He would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the Land Spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world. Humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fang Yuan raised hairy men as goo refinement slaves. The Land Spirit of Langya knew about this situation. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of guts goo he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Feng Yang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sandwiched between the 2 super forces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. He could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of guts goo. This decision caused his monthly profits from just guts goo to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wan Xiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these 2 were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fang Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal Gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal Gu, a total of 16, to relocate the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arawana's shape, bones, flesh, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fang Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star Form Blessed Land. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the Blessed Land under the guidance of Fang Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the Blessed Land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable. It started to erupt in the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these minor details. He placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and Star Form Blessed Land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fang Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fang Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment Star Form Blessed Land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal Gu formations that Fang Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home. It was placed on the spine-fin star arowana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Langia used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient, desolate beast. Then, when the ancient, desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo. Otherwise, the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time, he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arawana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arawana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the two immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fang Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star arawana's injuries were too severe. It could not move anymore. Thankfully, the immortal goo are not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal goo were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fang Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. Even its beast's soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fang Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, star-form blessed land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. He was talking about the 3 publicly recognized wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time. You will be deduced sooner or later. Xing Xiangzi nodded, cupping his fists towards the 3 goo immortals. I have learned a lot. Thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal goo on him were wisdom path defensive methods. They were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. Art, Brother Xingxiang, let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly goo immortal who spoke earlier. This is the demonic path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path and wisdom path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu Immortal. This is the wisdom path Gu Immortal Xie Shufang, Master Xie. Finally, the smiling fat Gu Immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Exen. He cultivates space path and has wisdom path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all three of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu Immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, "It is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song Clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song Clan is going all out to fight for ascending Heaven Plane. They are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song Clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause Yu Lu Blessed Land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble." These words were said without mercy. Many Gu Immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xing Xiangzi would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression sank, while Bu Dan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this Gu Immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. Master Xie is right, Song Clan is a superforce with huge assets, how can I resist such an existence? Thus, I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xie Shufang was stunned in her impression. Northern Plains Gu Immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed. Of course. Brother Xing Xiang has great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yishe, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yishe bathing. In the end I caused this storm, sighed. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Bu Dan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I trust Brother Xing Xiangzi, let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Yu Lu Blessed Land, the Immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky. A thunderstorm was approaching, intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Chapter 9-11. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than over equal to if the Gu Immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden Gu worms, but now he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time, he had been holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and studying. His wisdom path methods had improved. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help Gu Immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple Immortal Killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an immortal killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to design a brand new immortal killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Gu immortal would not be able to complete the immortal killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fang Yuan's inheritance contained so many incomplete immortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Gu to perfect some incomplete immortal killer moves, creating star fire escape that reflected star thoughts. But now, he had to create a Wisdom Path killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fang Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the light of wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu is very similar to Unravel Battlefield killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path immortal killer move to counter battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fang Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure, and it had little to do with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use battlefield killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later, the better. If these battlefield killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yu Lu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fang Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Chapter 9:12. Persevere, persevere. Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the remnant ice house, the immortals were shouting loudly. They had already lost their composure. Outside the remnant ice house, soul beasts were densely packed. They were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire profound ice house. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bu Dan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it, at this moment, Fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Bu Dan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Su Baiman muttered. Although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was, there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining Gu worms contained core immortal Gu. They were hard to decipher. Secondly, the immortals were inside the remnant ice house. Their methods were greatly restricted. They could not act freely like before. Immortal Gu houses had comprehensive offense and defense. They could advance and retreat. They were like fortresses. They had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the immortal Gu house. Thus the immortal Gu house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the Gu immortals were only providing power to the immortal Gu house. The immortal Gu house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative methods, all depended on the immortal Gu and mortal Gu used to construct the immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xia Shufang and the others' original methods could not be used because of the immortal Gu house's obstruction. From this point, ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than immortal Gu houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by immortal goo houses in the history of goo cultivation, facts proved that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. The immortal goo houses' offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the immortal goo used to construct them. Their abilities were fixed, their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus, they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man goo immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Sola. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the goo immortals' killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an immortal goo house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. Are we going to fail again this time? Su Baiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, all the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xie Shufang twirled her 2 fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xie Shufang's Wisdom Path killer move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all. It was truly amazing. Even Fang Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xie Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fang Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master. She was indeed skilled. Even though Fang Yuan relied on his outstanding Wisdom Path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lu Tan Exin, and 9 Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a goo immortal like Xie Shufang who mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Eventually, Xie Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden goo worms, and successfully captured an immortal goo. When she took out this immortal goo from the split brightness map, the other goo immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal goo, Fighting Soul Battlefield quickly broke apart. The remaining immortal goo and a small number of mortal goo disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal goo house after all. It firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon, they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After fighting Soul Battlefield, the Immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than the 8 huge doors, there was nothing else. But the strongest Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Xie Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the Immortals, "Be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of Fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with." Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Goo Immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the opened door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the Goo Immortals would have to fight alone. They would be isolated and without help. there would be no other Gu Immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the Gu Immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces. Each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise, they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful in trapping people. Without Wisdom Path Gu Immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Gu Immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward. They might even be trapped to death inside. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks. She was more inclined towards fighting. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic Star Thought Immortal Gu in the inheritance. Chapter 9:14. Compared to the first time Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Gu into vaguely familiar face. With Eat Strength, Change Form, and Star Mark as the cores, Fang Yuan could transform into a Star Path Gu Immortal or Star Path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xianxia was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Gu Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong. They have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fang Yuan analyzed. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors. They were as large as small boats. They were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the flower sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the BC. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea. When they reached the BC area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea, Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Gu Immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the 2 sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yishur and the rest would not pursue Xing Xiangzi's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xing Xiangzi's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yishur with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xing Xiangzi currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time, he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time, 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai by Yunxing, Shark Demon and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yishe on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yishe took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. "I did not mean to offend Fairy Yishe. It was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishe retorted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. "If I had seen Fairy Yishe's face, I would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then, there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly?" Song Yishe snorted coldly. She remembered the situation clearly. While he was busy, Fang Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fang Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In Northern Plains, after Old Ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Northern Plains was very calm. But Fang Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley. He knew about Kenyang Laojun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer Northern Plains was, the more Fang Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song Clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of Ascending Heaven Plane. A few days later, Western Desert. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance. He was transacting with Shao Clan's Gu Immortals. "These are the goods, check them." Fang Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Shao Clan's Gu Immortal was Xiao Shirang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Xiao Huqi, they were known as Shao Clan's civil and military duo. After Xiao Shirang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. "There are no problems." He threw an immortal yuan stone to Fang Yuan. But different from before, other than the immortal yuan stone, there was also a token and an information path mortal Gu. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Floating astronomy. Chapter 919. After Fang Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rockmen from his immortal aperture. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they both had a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan took most of them and brought them with him. He let them out now to act as subordinates. "We pay respects to Upper Immortal." When the rockmen saw Fang Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Fang Yuan grunted. He had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Fang Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. They had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Fang Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Fang Yuan. Their battle strength rose greatly. They moved in groups of 10. Thus, even if they encountered other sex groups, Fang Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. He cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Fang Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time, he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply. He was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beastmen surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Howl, 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 howl. Some of these beastmen had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era? Fang Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage. Especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human, half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and established the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote Antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon, he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, even though he had started to dismantle the wind-knot grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Fang Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Fang Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back. And more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, He could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the immortal level dream path killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Fang Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the dream realm. For example, when Fang Yuan fought in the dream realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the dream realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, the dream realm's rules required Fang Yuan to dismantle the wind-knot grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Fang Yuan dismantle the wind-knot grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules, it was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beastmen who were observing Fang Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the third layer of the wind-knot grass with his bare hands. Thus, they did not move. Even the snakeman who wanted to devour Fang Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Fang Yuan breaking the third layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan did not stop at all. The wind-knot grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the wind-knot grass, there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please, help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Fang Yuan away. Fang Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Fang Yuan was Chapter 922. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once again appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. Nighttime. A huge bonfire. Surrounding the bonfire, beastmen were dancing wildly, letting out wild beastly roars. This was a carnival. A bloody celebration after the hunt. Fang Yuan looked around calmly. He once again transformed into a human child, who was tied up with his hands behind his back. Many boys and girls were in the same situation as him. Oh no, we are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The children cried. Their faces were pale and filled with despair. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He suddenly stood up and shouted, I want the wind, not grass. The beastman celebration was at its climax. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly interrupted. At once, the beastly roars stopped. All the beastmen stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The enormous pressure caused the human children to go silent like cicadas in the winter and shiver, and some even wet their pants on the spot. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He shouted again. The beastman leader snorted angrily, ordering with surging killing intent, Give it to him. Little brat, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you accidentally damage the stalk of the grass, I will use my nose to crush your delicate body into meat paste. An elephant trunk beastman walked over, handing the wind, not grass, to Fang Yuan, threatening him in an evil tone. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at the wind, not grass in his hand. He raised his head. 1? How can that be enough? Give me as many wind, not grass, as there are human captives here. I want to remove all the wind, not grass, and save them all. Immediately, gasps could be heard, be it the beastmen or the children around Fang Yuan. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After a short moment of shock, the beastmen started to laugh. The faces of the children, who had just been filled with hope and excitement, were now filled with worry and despair. Soon, all the wind-not grass was piled up at Fang Yuan's feet. The height of the entire pile was several times that of Fang Yuan's current height. It was an impossible task to use one's own strength to remove all the wind-not grass in an extremely limited amount of time. Other than Fang Yuan, no one believed that he would succeed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began to dismantle the wind-not grass. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. This unique immortal killer move used the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery as the core, with many Dream Path Mortal Goo as supplementary. When Fang Yuan used it now, the effect was extremely good. But even though Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, the other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended as the killer move was activated. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off before. Basically, he would squeeze out some time every day to explore his dreams. He painstakingly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. These Dream Path Mortal Goo were accumulated, they could be used now. As the saying goes, opportunities are left to those who are prepared. I finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. This time, he was not thrown out of the dream realm, he finally entered the second stage of the dream realm. To pass the first stage of the dream realm, he had to save all the children. Even though Fang Yuan had tried earlier, he was too late. In the original dream realm's trajectory, a portion of the children were killed by the Elephant Trunk Beastman. The Elephant Trunk Beastman obeyed the Beastman leader's orders and brought the children here. But he purposely made a mistake. He smashed the tree trunk on the ground. The tree trunk crushed many of the bound children to death. Their flesh and blood were snatched by the beastmen. They were all devoured. It will give me a huge boost, and I can directly break out of the predicament. Generally speaking, the law of development was accumulation, gradual development, continuous accumulation, gradual improvement, and finally, when the conditions were right, success would follow. However, a fortuitous encounter or a windfall would bring about explosive growth. They could directly jump over the current deadlock and save a lot of time. They could forcefully break through the current situation and achieve extraordinary results. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had blazed his way through thistles and thorns, advancing bravely and diligently. He had many harvests that were of great help to him, allowing him to break through his current predicament. Liquor Worm, Spring-Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull Goo, Bone Flesh Unity, All-Out Effort Goo, Who Immortal Blessed Land of Three Kings Mountain, Second Aperture Goo, Becoming a Strength Path Goo Immortal, Communicating with Nature, Wisdom Goo. Apart from that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous improvements and gains, but none of them could be considered as breaking the stalemate. However, after this trip to the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained another achievement, which was the Dual Master Realm. Among them, Wisdom Goo might be a rank 9 Immortal Goo, but it was only an agreement with Fang Yuan. It did not belong to Fang Yuan and could not be used to a high degree. On the other hand, attainment level was something that belonged to the Goo Immortal. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the Dual Master Realm was even more valuable than Wisdom Goo. Looking at the trajectory of my rebirth, This time's breakthrough could be said to be the greatest harvest. But the whole process was instead very easy, unprecedentedly easy. This made Fang Yuan sigh at the mysteriousness of life. Of course, there were also guesses. Was this harvest related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation had been much smoother. The feeling of his attainment level rising, especially when both of them rose to Grandmaster Realm, this feeling could be said to be indescribably wonderful and incomparable. Just like the previous Fang Yuan, when he looked out the window, he could only see a fake mountain and the potholes on the fake mountain as well as the grass and moss. Right now, Fang Yuan had ascended several steps and was looking from a high vantage point. He was looking down from a bird's eye view, observing the fake mountain that once occupied most of his vision. He found that the fake mountain now was as small as a pebble on his feet. He could see further and his perception became deeper. Attainment level, this word was hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even in the mature Gu master cultivation world, there were many different opinions on this, and it was hard to unify them. Fang Yuan's soul originated from Earth. This difference allowed him to have a different understanding of the word attainment level. The so-called attainment level is like solving math problems. He said to the three beside him, "You three retreat for now, I will deal with this first move." Before Fang Yuan and the others could reply, Shark Demon took a step forward, saying loudly, "What a good angry bird move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please." Blazing Heaven Demoness was stunned. She squinted and said in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to take this move? Let's retreat." Su Baiman's eyes shined with brilliance as he said to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were very surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness killer move was extremely powerful. Even if the four of them worked together, there was no hope. But now, Shark Demon was taking the initiative to fight. He was alone and did not need anyone's help, but his wife, Su Baiman, had so much confidence in him. What was he relying on? "Alright, I want to see where your courage comes from." Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated no longer. With a thought, the fire bird pierced through the water and flew towards Shark Demon. But just as it entered the sea, a powerful aura surged. It was able to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon revealed a smile as if his plan had succeeded. At this time, Su Baiman suddenly transmitted his voice with sincerity. At the same time, Shark Demon added, "If you can make a contribution, we will reward you handsomely, we will not go back on our word." Fang Yuan did not even think about it, he smiled bitterly and refused. "Lord Su Baiman thinks too highly of us. Both of you have rank 7 cultivation, you are Gu immortals with rich methods and deep foundations, we can only look up to you. You two have no way. What methods do we have?" Tai Bai Yunsheng also shook his head. "I am only skilled in healing, I am unable to help with this kind of investigation matter." Su Baiman did not speak. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng gloomily with an unhappy expression. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Baiman. In all fairness, Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. It was not that there was no hope of finding her. But Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they helped the one-finger flow shark, they would definitely provoke Blazing Heaven Demoness anger and counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Baiman were wary of Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move personally, they wanted to leave some leeway, thus they wanted to use Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng as cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Therefore, his reply had a deeper meaning. Both sides were sensible people. Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw that Fang Yuan had seen through them. They did not try to persuade him anymore. Now it seems that the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, unconcealable fear in his expression. Rumor has it that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she fought with the rank 8 great expert Heavenly Lord Baizu in Northern Plains, seizing the sovereignty of a certain immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, but failed on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness flew into a rage out of humiliation and activated her killer move Blazing Heaven, directly incinerating the entire fragment world. All living beings perished, resulting in a great sin of slaughter. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Heavenly Lord Baizu's painstaking plans were all for naught in the end. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had already belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness actions were definitely demonic. Thus, after incinerating the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, the righteous path was angered. In the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure and was fearless. She even said that if anyone made a ruckus again, she would burn down their blessed land. Since she could even burn an immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, burning down a blessed land was clearly an easy matter. The righteous path shouted, but at once, they realized that they could do nothing to this arrogant Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one's might could shake an area. If they really cast aside their pride and grace and carried out despicable sneak attacks and harassment, any force would feel a huge headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was still a rank 8 great expert. Although her battle strength could not be compared to ordinary rank 8s, she was not to be underestimated and could not be forced. If they forced her too much, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to play around. The righteous path forces had huge businesses, they had many branches and branches, they were the ones who suffered losses. Those with a bottom line were afraid of those without a bottom line, those who followed rules were afraid of those who did not follow rules.